Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. Sleepy lantern light flickered through the tall windows of the Ministry of Magic as midnight crept across London, casting long shadows that swayed like watchful sentinels. Most of the ministry slumbered at this hour, but deep beneath its polished floors, far below the atriums and courtrooms, a silent alarm pulsed in a forbidden corridor no ordinary witch or wizard ever saw. The ancient stones themselves seemed to tremble with unease. Alara Finch, a young auror barely a year into her service, was the first to arrive. She sprinted down the dim passageway, boots echoing sharply, her wand already raised. Though she had trained hard, nothing in her auror schooling had prepared her for the sight awaiting her. The Vault of Mysteries, an iron door sealed by charms older than the ministry, stood ajar. A cold rush swept through the corridor, as though all the warmth in the air had been pulled into the void behind it. Faint, swirling wisps of magic drifted from the door's edge like silver smoke unraveling into the darkness. Alara felt her pulse quicken. Even she knew that vaults in this wing were not meant to open. Not for anyone. Not ever. A second set of footsteps approached, slow, deliberate, and far older than her own. Corbin Hale emerged from the shadows, his tall form draped in dark, rune-stitched robes. His face was lined, his eyes unsettlingly calm, as though he had lived long enough to expect the worst and never be surprised by it. He was an Unspeakable, one of the ministry's most secretive researchers, and though Alara had seen him only once before, she knew his presence meant the situation was dire beyond imagination. "They told me you found the breach," Corbin murmured, voice low as dust. "Step back." Alara obeyed instantly. Corbin extended one hand toward the door, tracing a pattern in the air that shimmered faintly blue. The spell hovered, then sputtered out like a dying ember. "Not broken," he said. "Overridden." Alara caught her breath. "Sir, who could override this?" His gaze sharpened. "Only someone inside the Department of Mysteries, someone with clearance equal to mine." The cold in her chest deepened. "A traitor?" "We will reserve judgment until we know more," Corbin replied, though his tone suggested he had already formed an opinion. Suddenly, a soft hum rose from the vault's interior. Corbin stepped inside, wand drawn, and Alara followed. The room beyond was small and circular, walled in stone runes that glowed faintly with shifting color. On a pedestal at the center rested a black stand, empty. The artifact it once held was gone. Alara frowned. What was stored here? Corbin exhaled slowly, like one unsealing an unpleasant memory. Something that should never have been made, a device capable of warping the boundary between memory and time. It was sealed away for good reason. Its very name was classified under protocol Unspeakable. Alara had heard the term only once during training, and only as a rumor. A directive used when the existence of an object was too dangerous to discuss openly. "Who activated the protocol?" she asked. Corbin tapped his wand against the pedestal. A swirl of spectral sparks rose, forming brief echoes of past spells cast in the room. The colors resolved into a blurred silhouette, a figure in ministry robes. Their face was obscured, but their wand shone clearly, an internal signature. It was a ministry wand, Alara whispered. Corbin gave a grim nod. Which means our search begins within these walls. Alara felt the weight of the task settle upon her shoulders. She'd expected late-night patrols, interrogation practice, maybe even the occasional duel. But not this. Not being thrust into a conspiracy that reached into the ministry's deepest core, paired with a man whose life was built on secrets. Corbin turned toward her, his expression unreadable. Auror Finch, from this moment forward, you are bound under protocol unspeakable. You will not speak of what you have seen tonight, not to colleagues, not to superiors, not even to the Auror office. Alara swallowed. Understood. Good. Corbin swept past her into the corridor. Because the thief has already gained several hours' advantage, and if they mean to use that artifact, time itself is no longer on our side. Alara followed quickly. She did not know where this path would lead, only that the ministry, her home, her purpose, was already shifting beneath her feet. A hidden enemy moved in the dark, armed with a force powerful enough to reshape history. And she, untested though she was, had just been tasked with stopping them. The torches dimmed as they left the vault behind, and the great iron door sealed itself once more with a heavy, echoing thud, one that sounded disturbingly like the beginning of a countdown. The lift groaned as it descended toward the deeper levels of the Ministry of Magic, carrying Alara Finch and Corbin Hale into the heart of the labyrinth few ever glimpsed. The bronze gates rattled shut behind them, and the candles lining the narrow shaft flared with pale blue light, as though awakened by their arrival. Alara steadied her breath. Though she had faced dark wizards in training duels, she sensed this mission would demand more than wand work. Something unseen stirred beneath the ministry. Something ancient, patient, and dangerously close to waking. Corbin stood motionless beside her, eyes fixed on the shifting walls of the shaft. "Listen," he murmured. Alara tried. At first, she heard only the grind of gears, the distant tremble of enchantments woven into stone. But slowly, beneath it all, she sensed a faint pulse, as if the building itself had a heartbeat. "That is the vault network," Corbin said. "It shifts to protect what remains within. Now that one of its relics has been disturbed, the whole system feels it." Alara shivered. "Does the ministry know?" "Only the ones who ought to know," he said, which answered nothing and everything at once. With a clang, the lift halted. The gates slid open onto a narrow, torchlit passage where the walls were carved with spiraling runes that glowed like starlight. Corbin stepped out and motioned for her to follow. "This way, we begin our search in the Hall of Signatures." They walked in silence until the corridor expanded into a vast chamber shaped like a stone wheel. Tall pillars circled the room, and at the center rested a pool of shimmering ink. Above it hovered dozens of quills, each gleaming faintly as they traced symbols in the air. "These quills record the magical signatures of every wand cast within the ministry," Corbin explained. "If the thief is one of our own, the imprint should still linger." Alara approached the pool. Its surface swirled with threads of silver, gold, and deep midnight blue. When she leaned closer, images flickered across it, fleeting illusions of spells cast in various offices and corridors. The quills dipped and rose in patient rhythm, never resting. Corbin raised his wand. "Reveal the last unauthorized breach." The silver threads stilled. The pool darkened, then brightened with a sudden rush of motion. A single streak of red light darted across the surface, spiraling until it formed a glowing sigil of a wand's magical signature. Alara felt her breath catch. She recognized the pattern. "That's Auror Caspian Row." Caspian, her mentor during training. A brilliant duelist, calm and confident, admired by many. She remembered long evenings of practice, his steady voice guiding her through each spell. He had always stood for the highest honor. He would never— No, she whispered. That must be a mistake. Corbin's face remained unreadable, though his eyes darkened. The pool does not err, but magical signatures can be stolen if one is skilled enough. Elara seized on the possibility. So it might not be him? It might, Corbin answered softly. Or someone who has gone to great lengths to appear as him. Either way, he holds a thread we must follow. A cold knot formed in Elara's stomach. The thought of Caspian as a traitor cut deeper than she wished to admit, but if someone had taken his signature, then he might be in danger, and that fear gave her strength. What now? She asked. Corbin flicked his wand again. The pool rippled, showing Caspian's last recorded position within the ministry, an old access corridor leading toward the abandoned courtroom 10. Elara, Corbin said, turning to her, stay close. Whoever took the artifact is prepared, and if Caspian is involved, willingly or not, we may be stepping into a trap. They set off at once, moving swiftly through the shadowed hallways. Torches guttered as they passed, their flames bowing low as though sensing the gravity of the chase. The ministry was never truly silent, yet the air felt unusually still, thick with secrecy. As they approached the old courtroom, Elara noticed faint scorch marks on the floor. A duel had taken place here recently, powerful spells, wild and hurried. Corbin knelt to inspect the damage, brushing a finger over a charred groove that crackled faintly at his touch. 2 duelists, he murmured, both skilled, but one was injured and fled. Elara crouched beside him. Do we know which was Caspian? Before Corbin could answer, a soft groan echoed from the darkness ahead. Elara sprang to her feet, wand raised. Show yourself. The groan came again, weaker this time. Corbin lifted his wand, casting a controlled beam of light. The shadows peeled back to reveal a man slumped against the wall, robes torn and scorched. His wand lay on the ground beside him. Elara gasped, Caspian! She rushed forward, but Corbin's arm barred her path. Wait, we do not yet know. But Caspian lifted his head, eyes dazed, his breathing shallow. Elara? She broke past Corbin then, kneeling beside her mentor. His face was pale, and a long burn streaked across his shoulder. Who did this to you? She asked, voice trembling. Caspian swallowed painfully. A man, wearing my signature, my magic. He knew my spells before I cast them. He took the artifact. I tried to stop him. His gaze grew distant, haunted. He said the ministry would fall within 3 nights. Corbin stepped closer. Describe him. Caspian fought to stay conscious. I never saw his face. He hid behind a charm. But his voice, cold, like frost that cuts the bone. Elara felt a chill crawl along her spine. Caspian clutched her sleeve weakly. Elara, he knew your name. The torches flickered violently, as though recoiling from the words. Corbin's jaw tightened. We must get him to safety. Whoever the imposter is, he has planned this for years, and he has chosen his next target. Elara met Corbin's gaze. The next target was her. The air in the abandoned courtroom hung heavy, thick with the scent of scorched stone. Elara supported Caspian's weight as Corbin Hale conjured a stretcher of woven silver light. The old wood benches groaned as though uneasy witnesses, their shadows trembling across the dark floor. When Caspian was safely laid upon the conjured stretcher, Corbin sealed him in a protective shimmer, that dulled the raw edges of his wounds. "He will survive," Corbin murmured, though his tone bore little comfort. "But his strength is spent, and the thief struck with intent to silence him." Alara brushed a strand of soot from Caspian's cheek. Even barely conscious, he looked troubled, as though his thoughts waged war behind closed eyes. "He knew my name," she whispered. "Why would he care about me?" Corbin paused. His expression, once reserved, grew troubled. "Because your name carries meaning. You were the one who found the breach. That alone makes you a threat to our enemy's design." Alara swallowed, but held her ground. Doubt and fear pressed at her ribs, yet a fiercer resolve stirred within. She would not falter. Not now. Corbin flicked his wand, sending the stretcher gliding gently toward the lift. "We shall bring him to the Auror Infirmary. Only a few trusted healers will be allowed to tend to him. Then our hunt continues." They guided Caspian through the silent halls, the silver stretcher whispering across the stone. Yet, beneath its soft glide, Alara sensed another presence. Something distant but approaching, as though the shadows themselves were shifting in anticipation. When they reached the lift, Corbin activated a concealed rune on the wall, and the iron gates folded open. The moment the lift began to rise, a tremor shivered through the ministry. Alara grasped the rails for balance. What was that? Corbin did not answer at first. He stood very still, his eyes narrowing as the tremor faded into uneasy silence. "A ward reaction," he murmured. "A strong one." "A ward reacting to what?" "Movement where none should be." The lift carried them to the Auror level. Corbin deactivated the protective shimmer around Caspian just enough for the Medi-Wizards to examine him, but his voice was stern as he addressed them. "He is under protocol Unspeakable. He is to be moved to a sealed chamber. You will speak of this to no one." The Medi-Wizards nodded, fear mixed with duty in their eyes. Caspian was taken away, leaving the corridor quiet once more. Corbin turned to Alara. "We must follow the tremor's source. It came from the lower levels." The lower levels. The words alone carried foreboding. Few dared venture there, except the Unspeakables. There were halls of locked experiments, sealed chambers whose contents were whispered about in Auror training only as cautionary tales. But the tremor had come from one place in particular. Alara felt it before Corbin even spoke. The Hall of Veils. Her breath stilled. Every witch and wizard who had studied the history of the ministry knew that hall, the place where centuries-old mysteries lingered like echoes of lost worlds. Corbin nodded grimly. If our enemy seeks to tamper with time and memory, that hall would call to him. Without further delay, they descended once more into the depths. The air thickened with enchantments as they approached the forbidden sector. Torchlight dimmed, as though reluctant to reveal what lay ahead. The archway to the Hall of Veils stood tall and silent, its stone edges carved with wards that pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. A thin ripple floated through the air, soft as a sigh, cold as winter breath. Alara raised her wand. "Someone is inside." Corbin motioned for silence. Together they entered the hall. At its center rose the great stone dais, atop which stood the ancient veil, an archway draped in a ghostly curtain that shifted without wind. A whispering murmur emanated from its depths, soft yet endless, like voices speaking from far beyond. Alara's skin prickled. The stories of this place had haunted Hogwarts corridors for decades, of battles fought here, of lives lost to the unknown realm behind the veil. Corbin approached cautiously, tracing a spell in the air. A faint trail of red light glimmered on the floor, leading toward the dais. Footprints. Fresh. He was here, Corbin said. "Moments ago." Alara scanned the hall. Shadows clung thickly to the outer walls, but none moved. She stepped closer to the dais, feeling a tug at the edge of her mind, as though the veil itself wished to draw her nearer. "Stay back," Corbin warned softly. "The veil tests every soul that approaches." But something else caught Alara's eye, a small object resting on the dais steps. She knelt and picked it up, a fragment of wandwood, charred at the edge. "This belonged to Caspian's wand," she said. "The thief must have broken it during their duel." Corbin examined the fragment, frowning deeply. "He left this deliberately. A message or a lure." Alara's wand tightened in her grip. "What does he want us to find?" Before Corbin could answer, a sudden gust of unnatural wind swept through the hall. The veil rippled violently, its whispers rising into a chorus of urgent murmurings. The torches flared, sending frantic shadows dancing across the stone. Then, from behind the veil came a sound, a voice, a cold, low whisper that seeped into the hall like frost. "Alara!" Her heart stopped. Corbin seized her shoulder. "Do not listen." But the voice spoke again, clearer this time, as though standing just beyond the fluttering curtain. "Alara Finch, you cannot hide from what is already written." Alara stepped back, breath trembling. "Who is that? How does he know my name?" Corbin forced her away from the dais. "We leave, now!" The veil roared with a gust of icy wind, as though resisting their retreat. But Corbin's protective spells pushed back the gale, guiding them out into the corridor. Only when the doors slammed shut behind them did the unnatural whisper fade. Alara steadied herself. "Corbin, that was his voice, the thief." "Yes," Corbin said, his eyes grave. "And he wanted you to hear it." "Why me?" Corbin hesitated, a rare break in his composed demeanor. "Because, Alara, he knows more about you than he should." A silence filled the corridor, heavy as stone. Alara forced herself to meet his gaze. "Then tell me, Corbin, what is it I do not know?" But Corbin only shook his head, solemn and shadowed. "Not here," he said. "Not yet." "And until I know the truth," Alara replied quietly, "I cannot know how to fight him." Her words lingered between them, sharp as a drawn blade. Corbin exhaled, a sound weighted with years of secrets. "Then our path leads to the one place that may still hold answers, the archives of the first Unspeakables. There we may learn why the thief calls your name, and what he means to take from you." As they walked into the dark, the torches guttered and went still, as though the ministry itself listened. For the enemy had spoken her name, and names had power, especially in the depths of magic where time, memory, and fate intertwined. The descent toward the archives of the first Unspeakables felt like entering the marrow of the ministry itself. Fewer torches burned here, and those that remained crackled with pale flame, casting trembling halos upon the stone. Runes glimmered faintly beneath Alara's boots, centuries-old enchantments woven into the foundation. Each step echoed as though the corridor carried the memory of every footfall that had come before. Corbin Hale walked ahead, his robes trailing like a shadow that had learned to move with purpose. His silence worried Alara more than any whispered threat from the veil. Corbin withheld nothing without reason, and yet here he guarded truths like a fortress holding back a storm. At last, they reached the sealed archway. A great granite door stood before them, its surface carved with intertwining sigils that shifted subtly as though alive. Corbin pressed his wand to the center rune, and the air shimmered with deep, resonant magic. "This place predates the ministry itself," he said quietly. "The earliest Unspeakables recorded their findings here, discoveries about time, prophecy, and the magic that shapes the core of fate." The granite slabs slid apart with a groaning sigh, revealing a circular chamber bathed in soft blue light. Shelves of ancient tomes curved along the walls, and in the center rose a stone pedestal inscribed with spiraling patterns that wound like constellations. Ilara stepped inside. The air smelled faintly of parchment and old storms. "What are we looking for?" Corbin moved to one of the high shelves, running his fingers along the spines. Connections. Threads. Anything that might explain our thief's intentions and why he speaks your name with such certainty. He selected a tome bound in dark leather and placed it upon the pedestal. The cover bore the symbol of the Department of Mysteries, a circle surrounding a vertical line, radiating spokes like a frozen ripple. Ilara leaned closer as Corbin opened the tome. Its pages glowed faintly, the ink shimmering as though alive. "These are the early case logs," Corbin said. "Warnings, sealed experiments, abandoned spells, each one dangerous enough to require silence." He flipped through page after page until a name caught Ilara's eye. "Finch." She froze. "Corbin. That's my family name." Corbin's brow furrowed as he scanned the entry. The page described an unspeakable from nearly a century past, Lorien Finch, who had worked on an experimental device capable of manipulating anchored memories. A prototype that was considered too volatile to continue. A device sealed in the vault of mysteries. Ilara's breath thinned. "My ancestor created it?" Corbin nodded slowly. "It seems the artifact stolen tonight was his most dangerous work." Ilara steadied herself on the pedestal. The realization settled like a cold stone in her chest. "Then the thief wants me because of my connection to him, because of my bloodline." "Not merely that," Corbin said, turning the page. "Lorien Finch vanished shortly after the experiment was sealed. The logs suggest he may not have disappeared by accident." Ilara blinked. "You mean someone forced him into hiding?" "Or something," Corbin murmured. Before she could press further, a soft scrape echoed through the chamber. Ilara spun, wand raised. "Who's there?" The shadows between the shelves deepened. A faint shimmer rippled across the floor, like a mirage bending the air. Corbin stepped protectively in front of Ilara. "Reveal yourself," he commanded. The shimmer condensed, forming the faint outline of a figure. Not entirely visible, but present enough for the hairs on Ilara's arms to rise. The air around the silhouette quivered, crackling with quiet enchantment. A voice emerged, cold, distant, yet unmistakably the one she had heard behind the veil. "You dig in old dust, Corbin Hale, but the truth you seek has already awakened." Ilara's pulse surged. "Show your face." The silhouette tilted its head, as though amused. Ilara Finch, granddaughter of a vanished unspeakable, heir to an unfinished history. You walk the path he left behind, and soon you will complete what he began. Corbin raised his wand, but the figure only laughed, a hollow echo that rang across the chamber. "Do not waste your spells. This is but an echo, woven from memory, cast long before you reached this place. I anticipated your steps, everyone." Ilara stepped forward. "Why steal the artifact? What do you want with my family's work?" The silhouette flickered, its form distorting like smoke caught in a rising draft. "Your ancestor built a doorway," the voice whispered, "but he feared the cost of opening it. I do not. Through his device, I will reclaim what was denied, restore what was broken." The ministry chained itself to its own history. I will unmake those chains." Corbin's voice hardened. "You would tear time apart. I would set it right." The figure extended an indistinct hand toward Alara, though the gesture carried no warmth. "When I call again, Alara, you will follow. Your blood remembers the way." The silhouette dispersed in a flash of white sparks, leaving the chamber heavy with silence. Alara's heartbeat thundered in her ears. "He knew we were coming. He knew my ancestor. He planned all of this." Corbin closed the tome gently, though tension pulsed through his fingertips. "He is weaving a path through old secrets, and you stand at its center, whether you wish it or not." Alara drew a long, steady breath. Her fear did not fade, but it sharpened into something clearer, a resolve forged under pressure. "Then tell me what Lorien Finch created. I must understand it if we are to stop him." Corbin nodded. "Very well. But know this. When your ancestor built that device, he did so at a price that nearly consumed him, and the thief's ambitions go far beyond rewriting a single moment." Alara lifted her chin. "Whatever comes, I will face it." Corbin placed the tome back upon the shelf. "Then our next step lies in the chamber of anchored time. If Lorien's notes remain there, we may yet discover how the thief intends to wield the artifact, and how to stop him before the cost becomes irreversible." As they left the archives, the torches dimmed once more, as though the ministry whispered silently behind them. For the past had awakened, and it had called Alara by name. The corridor leading to the chamber of anchored time wound downward like the throat of some ancient beast, its stones slick with enchantments that shimmered faintly beneath Alara's steps. Corbin Hale walked ahead with steady certainty, though even he moved with caution here. This was a place rarely visited, even by unspeakables. Time was a fragile realm, and meddling with its foundation required reverence, lest one awaken forces that did not forgive disturbance. The torches thinned and finally vanished altogether. Only the soft glow of Corbin's wand lit their way as the air grew colder, denser, like a depth beneath the earth where no sun had ever shone. "Corbin," Alara whispered, her breath visible in the chilled air. "What exactly is the chamber of anchored time?" "A vault built long before the ministry stood above it," Corbin replied. "When wizards first sought to understand the shape of time, they believed it could be navigated like a river, anchored at key points so that reality did not drift too far from its course. So these anchors, they hold time together?" "In a sense," he said. "They preserve the edges of history. Each anchor is bound to a moment so pivotal that unraveling it would alter the flow of all that followed." Alara shivered, though not from the cold alone. "And my ancestor's device, it affected these anchors?" Corbin nodded. Lorien Finch sought to manipulate anchored memories, moments so deeply woven into a wizard's life that they leave a permanent imprint upon the fabric of time. He hoped to heal trauma, mend fractured histories, but each attempt threatened to disturb the very anchors that bind our world. "And the thief wants to use it," Alara said quietly. "Not to heal, but to rewrite." They stepped into a vast circular chamber where the walls curved into darkness. Pale blue threads wove across the air like strands of frozen starlight. They hummed faintly, anchored moments suspended in enchantment, pulsing with quiet power. Alara felt the air vibrate as they entered, as though the chamber recognized Corbin but regarded her with uncertainty. Corbin motioned to the center, where a pedestal of black stone rose from the floor. Upon it lay a crystalline sphere that glowed softly from within. "This is the Chronal Archive," Corbin said. "If Lorien Finch left any notes about his device, any warnings, they will be in its memory." Alara approached, though the hum of the chamber deepened, sending a shiver through her bones. Corbin murmured an unlocking charm, and the sphere brightened, unfolding delicate layers of light like petals of a flower. Images formed within the crystal, ghostly impressions of a tall wizard with dark hair tied back in a ribbon. His eyes blazed with tired brilliance. Ilara's breath caught. "Lorien Finch," she whispered. The recording unfolded in shimmering fragments. Lorien stood before a desk littered with runes and sketches, the earliest designs of the stolen artifact. "Day 47. The echo of Lorien spoke, his voice weary yet resolute. "The device functions at last, though imperfectly. It stabilizes an anchored memory long enough for temporary adjustment, but the fractures grow worse with each attempt. Time resists refashioning." He paced the room, frustration radiating from him. "I fear I have misunderstood the nature of anchorage. Memories are not threads to be rewoven. They are pillars, load-bearing foundations of the self. To alter one is to risk the collapse of all that stands upon it." Alara felt her stomach churn. Lorien turned sharply toward the viewer. "If this device falls into the wrong hands, it will not heal, it will unmake. It must never leave the vault. I will ensure its containment. And if they pursue me for it, I pray my descendants remember that some doors must stay closed." The image flickered, distorting as though strained by age. Corbin murmured. He knew his work was dangerous, and he feared what others might do with it. The recording shifted again, this time showing Lorien sealing a metal case with complex runes. The very case that had rested on the pedestal in the Vault of Mysteries until hours ago. But the next figure that appeared made Alara's blood run cold. A hooded man stood opposite Lorien, hidden in deep shadow. His voice, though faint, carried the same frost-edged timbre Alara had heard behind the veil. "You cannot hide it forever, Finch." Lorien stiffened. "You misunderstand its purpose. This device cannot give you what you seek." "It can," the hooded man hissed. "With it, I will retrieve what was stolen from me." "A life cannot be reclaimed," Lorien warned. "Not without unraveling 100 others." "It matters not. I will tear time open if I must." The recording shook violently as the chamber erupted with magical force. Lorien staggered backward, and the hooded man advanced, but his form began to blur as the memory collapsed, dissolving into fragments of pale fire. Alara stepped back. Corbin, that voice. He confronted Lorien nearly a century ago. That means he is far older than he appears, Corbin finished grimly, and he has been pursuing this device for generations. The crystal dimmed, its memories exhausted. Alara's heart pounded. He said something was stolen from him, a life, someone he hoped to restore. "A grief that has turned into obsession," Corbin murmured. "And obsession, when paired with power, becomes perilous beyond measure." The chamber trembled suddenly, a deep pulse that quaked through the floor like the heartbeat of time itself. Threads of blue light snapped taut, glowing fiercely before fading into shadow. Corbin's eyes widened. One of the anchors just shifted. Alara gripped her wand. "What does that mean?" "It means the thief has begun using the device." The walls pulsed again, more violently this time. A low groan echoed through the chamber, as though reality strained beneath unseen weight. Corbin grabbed her arm. "We must go. If an anchor collapses, the distortion could swallow half the ministry." They ran back through the corridor, the air warping around them as the destabilized anchor trembled. Arcane pressure thickened the atmosphere, bending torchlight into wavering streaks. As they reached a safer hall, the trembling subsided, though faint ripples lingered like aftershocks. Alara drew a long breath. He's testing it, preparing for something larger. Yes, Corbin said, and he is close, closer than we realized. Alara steadied herself. Where would he go next? Corbin hesitated only a moment. To an anchor tied not to time alone, but to memory, a place where the past still whispers its stories. Alara nodded slowly. She already knew the answer. The Hall of Lost Echoes. Corbin's expression hardened. And he will expect us. Alara's grip tightened around her wand, her resolve sharpening like steel. Let him expect us. The Hall of Lost Echoes lay far from the more frequented corridors of the Ministry of Magic, beyond the departments that bustled with daily tasks, past the chambers where even unspeakables seldom trod. Alara Finch and Corbin Hale descended long, spiraling stairways carved from stone older than wizardkind's recorded history. The deeper they went, the more the air thickened with a shimmering tension, as though remnants of forgotten voices drifted unseen between the walls. Alara felt it immediately. Memories clung here, memories not her own. Why does this place feel alive? She whispered. Corbin's wand glowed faintly blue as he answered. Because the Hall of Lost Echoes preserves fragments of thoughts, fears, and voices that lingered too long upon the edge of spellwork. Some echoes fade, others endure. They reached the final step. Before them, a vast hall stretched into shadow, columns rising like ancient trees whose roots had grown into the ground of time itself. Between the pillars drifted wisps of silver mist, echoes of memories that had escaped their casters, trapped in this liminal space. As they entered, the mist stirred around them, swirling in faint currents. Whispers curled through the air, some soft, some sharp, all ghosts of minds long past. Corbin raised his wand higher. Stay close, and do not answer any voice you hear. Alara nodded, resisting the urge to press her free hand to her chest. Each time she inhaled, memories not her own brushed the edge of her awareness. Faces she'd never seen, names she'd never spoken, moments of joy or fear that dissolved the instant she tried to grasp them. It feels like someone watching, she murmured. They are not watching, Corbin replied. They are trying to remember themselves. When echoes cling too long, they begin searching for anchors, and living minds make tempting ones. Alara stiffened but forced herself onward. They followed a faint trail of red luminescence on the floor, the lingering distortion of the stolen device. It traced a winding path through the hall, past pillars weighted with lingering shadow, toward a distant platform bathed in pale gold light. That is the Echo Dais, Corbin said, a convergence point where memories gather. If the thief seeks to manipulate anchored memory, he will attempt it there. Alara walked with measured steps, tuning out the whispers that pressed close. One voice, thin and wailing, rasped, "Stay with me." Another whispered her name, yet its tone was wrong, too soft, too yearning. She ignored them. Only when they neared the dais did Alara sense a shift. The air stilled. The whispers faded, withdrawing like mist blown from a window. Corbin stopped abruptly. He is here. Atop the dais stood a lone figure. This time, he did not conceal himself in shadow entirely. His cloak hung heavy, embroidered with worn sigils. His hair, long and dark, gleamed faintly in the golden light. His face, however, remained shrouded by a veil like glamour, enough to distort features without hiding form. His presence seemed to push against the hall itself, warping its shape ever so slightly, as though reality bent around him. "Welcome," the man said, voice cold as ancient winter. "You have followed faithfully, Alara Finch, as I knew you would." Alara raised her wand. "Enough riddles. Who are you? What do you want with me?" A soft laugh escaped him. "You stand in the footprints of your ancestor, yet you do not understand the legacy you bear." Lorien Finch touched the threshold of truth, but he recoiled from it. "You will not." Corbin stepped forward. "Release the device. You cannot hope to wield it safely." "Oh, Corbin," the man murmured, tilting his head. "You still cling to the cowardice of your predecessors? Time is no foe to fear. It is a river to reclaim. And today, I retrieve what was taken from me." He lifted the stolen artifact from his cloak, a metal construct etched with spiraling runes. It pulsed with dim white light, rhythm steady as a heart. Corbin inhaled sharply. "He has activated the core." The man extended the device toward the air above the dais. Threads of golden light burst forth, weaving into a trembling sphere that hovered before him. Within the sphere, images flickered, shattered fragments of memory. Alara glimpsed a woman's face, gentle eyes, a voice laughing, a wand raised in hope. The vision shattered instantly, replaced by shadowed silhouettes. Her heart clenched. "Is that someone you lost?" The man's breath hitched, a crack in an otherwise frozen composure. "She was stolen by the Ministry's negligence. Their cowardice let her die, but her memory remains anchored, buried deep within these halls." Alara exchanged a glance with Corbin. "He seeks to restore her. At the cost of everything," Corbin murmured. "Alara, anchored memories cannot be revived. To pull that person from the past would unthread every life touched by that anchor." The man's voice sharpened with fury. "You speak of cost, yet what price has ever mattered more than a life? I will rewrite what should never have been lost." The threads of light thickened, swirling violently. Alara stepped forward. "If you do this, hundreds of memories will collapse. Even time itself may fracture." "Let it," he whispered. "For her, I would shatter 1,000 timelines." Corbin raised his wand, but the man reacted quicker. A blast of force erupted from the dais, striking Corbin and flinging him violently into the nearest pillar. Alara cried out as he collapsed, stunned. The man turned toward her. "Only you can stand against me now, Alara, and you will not succeed." Alara steadied her breath, lifting her wand. She tried to strike, but the hall convulsed, the swirling memories above the dais bursting into light. A shockwave pulsed outward, shattering columns, sending echoes screaming into the air. One echo lunged toward her, a shape of shadow and sorrow. It collided with her mind. Alara gasped. Suddenly she stood in a memory not her own. A woman knelt beneath a crumbling arch, whispering farewell to a child. A man, her enemy, screamed in anguish as she vanished into darkness. Alara staggered, clutching her head. The hall snapped back into clarity. The man on the dais watched her with strange intensity. "You see it now?" he murmured. "Her death, my failure. Help me restore her, Alara Finch. You, of all people, can understand losing the past." Alara shook off the lingering echo. "My past is not your weapon, and your grief does not excuse the destruction you're unleashing." He tilted his head. "Then you force my hand." The device's core flared brilliantly, emitting a blinding surge of magic. The hall shuddered, walls vibrating as anchored memories tore loose like threads ripped from a tapestry. Corbin struggled to rise. "Alara, stop him before the anchor collapses." Alara stepped onto the dais, the air rippling violently around her. Echoes swarmed, drawn to the unraveling core. Each whisper clawed at her thoughts, seeking an anchor. She raised her wand. "You want to rewrite loss," she shouted over the storm of sound, "but the past is not yours to command." The man's glamour flickered, revealing a glimpse of his true face, eyes hollow with grief, burning with dangerous hope. "Then face the consequences of your resistance," he snarled. With a sharp incantation, he unleashed a blast of raw, warped magic. Ilara braced herself, but the spell struck not her, but the chamber's central anchor. A thunderous crack split the hall. Time itself groaned. The golden sphere shattered, and the world lurched sideways as the Hall of Lost Echoes began to collapse around them. The Hall of Lost Echoes convulsed as if some ancient titan beneath its foundations had awakened in fury. Stone pillars split apart, sending cascades of dust into the swirling maelstrom of memories torn loose from their anchors. Echoes screamed, thin, jagged wails that no living throat could produce, as they whirled above the crumbling dais like a cyclone of fractured thoughts. Ilara barely kept her footing as the ground heaved beneath her. The shattered anchor pulsed wildly at the heart of the chamber, spilling torrents of unstable magic into the air. The man who had wielded the stolen device staggered back, shielding his face from the blinding light. Corbin Hale, still struggling to rise after the earlier blow, shouted through the chaos, "Ilara, get away from the dais. The anchor is collapsing." But she could not retreat. The echoes, unbound from their constraints, swarmed toward her with desperate hunger, seeking a mind, any mind, to latch onto. The nearest one lunged, its form twisting into a shadowed figure with hollow eyes. Ilara raised her wand. "Protego Maxima!" A shimmering barrier expanded around her, deflecting the echo as it erupted against the shield in a burst of pale flame. The force nearly drove her to her knees. These were not ordinary memories. They were fragments ripped violently from time, raw and ravenous. The man upon the dais snarled, clutching the flickering device. "You stand in the way of destiny, Ilara Finch. She can be restored. Her memory is here, crying out for a vessel." "You cannot resurrect the dead!" Ilara shouted, her voice cracking as the storm intensified. "All you will bring is ruin!" She leapt backward as the dais cracked down its center, releasing a tremor that sent more pillars crashing to the ground. Echoes darted between the falling stone like wild spirits, shrieking in voices that were not truly voices at all. Corbin forced himself to his feet and staggered toward her. His face was lined with pain, but his eyes burned with clarity. The anchor's collapse is destabilizing the entire hall. If we do not contain the surge, it will tear through the ministry and beyond. "How do we contain it?" she demanded. Corbin clenched his jaw. "We must create a new anchor, something stable enough to absorb the fractured stream." Ilara's heart pounded. "An anchor? With what?" Corbin pointed toward her chest. "With memory. Living memory. Something strong, something fixed and immutable." She recoiled as realization struck. "No, Corbin, that could destroy me." "It might," Corbin said grimly, "but allowing the current anchor to unravel will destroy far more." Before she could answer, the man upon the dais raised the malfunctioning device, its core sputtering with unstable light. "No!" he roared. "I will not allow another anchor to replace what should be restored." He unleashed a wave of warped magic that rippled across the room, shattering her shield. Ilara was thrown backward, slamming hard into the floor as echoes swarmed toward her like a living tide. Corbin lunged forward, raising both hands. "Nulla memoria!" A dome of blue light burst outward, scattering the echoes briefly. He reached Ilara, helping her up. His breath came in strained gasps. "Ilara," he said softly, urgently. The thief's spell is feeding the collapse. The hall will not endure much longer. You must choose a memory, one you hold strong enough to withstand the pull of the rift. The air shook with another shockwave. More stone rained from above. Alara pressed a trembling hand to her chest. What memory could anchor a collapse this powerful? A beginning, Corbin said hoarsely. A moment that shaped you. Something tied to who you are. Her mind spiraled through her memories. Her first day at Hogwarts, her parents waving from platform 9 3/4, her acceptance into the Auror office. The pride and fear mingled in her heart. None seemed weighty enough to resist the magnitude of unraveling time. Then she saw Caspian Rowe lying wounded in the shadows of courtroom 10, whispering her name with trust and fear. And deeper still, her own determination the night she first donned the Auror badge, vowing to protect those who could not protect themselves. "I have one," she whispered, "but you must help me channel it." Corbin nodded. Together, they clasped hands, their wands raised toward the writhing storm overhead. The man on the dais screamed in protest, hurling another volatile spell, but the unstable device sputtered violently, its core fracturing with a sound like breaking glass. "Alara Finch," Corbin said firmly, "hold the memory. Focus on its shape." She closed her eyes. The hall trembled. Echoes battered her senses. But she clung to the memory, her oath as an Auror, spoken beneath the banners of the ministry. A protector, a guardian, a light against the darkness. The memory brightened within her, burning like a star. Corbin shouted the incantation. "Annum Nexum Novum!" A surge of golden light erupted from their joined wands, piercing the storm. It shot upward into the chaotic stream of broken memories, weaving itself into the collapsing anchor. The hall groaned as if exhaling its final breath. The man on the dais staggered forward, his glamour flickering wildly. "No, you cannot take this from me. She deserves to live again. She deserves her past restored." Alara opened her eyes. "Grief cannot command magic, and you cannot shatter the world to mend your heart." The anchor core pulsed, then slowly stabilized around the golden thread of her memory. The echoes, now bound to a new center, shrieked less violently. Their frantic swirl slowed, but the thief would not yield. With a roar of despair, he hurled himself toward the anchor, the broken device raised high. "I will not lose her again." Corbin moved to intercept him, but the chamber shook violently as another pillar collapsed between them, cutting him off. "Alara!" Corbin cried. "Stop him!" She ran across the uneven floor, dodging falling debris. The thief reached the dais first and slammed the device into the forming anchor. Light imploded outward, a blinding burst that swallowed the hall. Alara shielded her eyes. A ringing filled her ears. The storm of echoes reversed direction, rushing inward toward the core. For a moment, she thought the entire chamber would collapse in on itself. Then, silence. The light dimmed. Alara blinked the haze from her vision. The dais was cracked. The anchor hovered above it, faint but stable, pulsing gently like a new heartbeat. But the thief was gone. Only the shattered remnants of his glamour spell drifted like ash. Alara staggered forward. "Corbin, where is he?" Corbin, leaning against a pillar for support, whispered, "He has not escaped. He was pulled into the core during the collapse." Her breath caught. "Is he alive?" Corbin's expression was grave. "If he lives within the anchor of your memory." Alara stared at the faintly glowing sphere, realization sinking like ice into her bones. The thief had become bound to her, bound to the moment she held most sacred, bound to the very memory that had saved the ministry. and the consequences of that bond were only beginning to unfold. For a long moment, Alara Finch could neither breathe nor move. The Hall of Lost Echoes, once a sanctuary of suspended memory, had fallen eerily silent. Dust descended like pale snowfall through the shafts of fading light. The shattered pillars lay strewn across the floor like the bones of some ancient creature. And at the heart of the ruin hovered the new anchor, a dim, pulsing sphere of gold, cradling the tremors of stabilizing time. Within that glow, faint as a whisper, drifted a silhouette. The man who had sought to tear open the past was no longer standing before them. He was trapped, bound within the anchor Alara's memory had forged, sealed where fractured echoes now circled like wary sentinels. Corbin Hale approached slowly, leaning heavily on his wand. "Alara," he said quietly, "you must look." She did. And though the figure inside the anchor possessed no clear face or form, she felt its presence, felt the echo of his grief, his fury, and the shards of his endless yearning. A shiver passed through her. Is he conscious in there?" "Not fully," Corbin murmured. "He is suspended between moments, bound to your memory's strength, a prison fashioned from truth, not stone." Alara tore her gaze away. A knot tightened in her chest, not pity nor triumph, but something heavier. "What will become of him?" "That depends," Corbin said, straightening with effort. "Anchors are delicate things. Some souls can endure within them for ages, others fade into the current of time." His voice softened. "But whatever his fate, the crisis has passed. The anchor stable. The ministry endures." Alara let out a shaky breath. She wanted reassurance, wanted Corbin to confirm that she had done the right thing, that binding a man to her own memory was not an unforgivable act. But nothing in this ancient chamber offered certainty. And still, she forced herself to stand tall. "Then we must secure the anchor and report the collapse. The department will need to—" A tremor cut her short. The hall's far wall cracked with a thunderous boom, sending shards of enchanted stone crashing to the floor. Corbin grabbed her shoulder, pulling her back as dust surged through the chamber. "Alara, brace yourself!" They shielded their faces as the echo-laden mist swirled violently. The golden anchor flared in response, sending calming ripples through the air until the tremor subsided. When the dust cleared, a new passage stood revealed, one that had been sealed behind layers of stone for decades, perhaps centuries. Alara stared. "What is that?" Corbin's eyes widened with something she had never seen in him before: unease. A forgotten corridor, one the department believed lost. Did the collapse expose it? Or did the new anchor reveal it? Corbin murmured. Anchors can illuminate pathways tied to their memory's resonance. Alara frowned. "Tied to my memory? But I anchored us with my oath, my vow as an Auror." "Yes," Corbin said, "a vow sworn within the ministry, perhaps before something hidden." Alara stepped toward the broken opening. The corridor beyond was narrow, choked with dust, and lined with old torch sconces that flickered to life as she approached. The air smelled of age, of parchment, of forgotten secrets. Corbin followed with caution. This place has not been touched by any living hand in generations. "Should we proceed?" she asked. Corbin gave a rare, faint smile. "Alara Finch, after tonight, I suspect you will choose to walk forward whether I advise caution or not." She managed a tired smile in return. "Then let's see what the ministry forgot." They advanced slowly, each footfall stirring centuries-old dust. The walls bore etched symbols, some the ministry still used, others so ancient even Corbin paused to study them. The corridor wound downward before opening into a small chamber lit by a single hovering orb of pale blue light. Ilara inhaled sharply. At the far wall stood a stone slab, carved with the symbol of the original Department of Mysteries, the primordial form, older than the ministry itself. Beneath it was a metal pedestal, engraved with runes worn smooth by time. Resting upon that pedestal was a journal. Corbin's breath caught. Impossible. This cannot be here. Ilara approached with reverence. The journal was bound in dark leather, its edges frayed. She reached for it, but Corbin lifted a hand. "Allow me." He murmured a detection charm. When no reaction stirred, he nodded. "Safe." Ilara opened the journal carefully. Dust fluttered away like ancient moths. The first page bore a name in precise, elegant handwriting. Lorien Finch. Her heart stopped. It's his... my ancestor's journal. Corbin's hands clenched behind his back. These records were believed lost, removed before the vaults were built. How did it end up here? Ilara turned to the second page. The ink had faded, but the words remained readable. Should my work ever be misused, let this record speak truth. The device I built was flawed by purpose. No one must wield it without understanding the cost. There is one safeguard, and it lies not in spellwork, but in the one who descends from me. Ilara froze. He wrote about me? Corbin leaned close. Continue. She read on, voice trembling. Blood remembers what parchment forgets. When the device awakens, so too will the path to the safeguard. My descendant must choose the memory that defines them. Only then will the safeguard reveal the truth I could not speak aloud. Ilara swallowed hard. The anchor. It responded to my memory. It revealed this corridor. Corbin nodded. Your ancestor wove a blood-bound failsafe into his creation. He ensured that if the device ever resurfaced, only someone of his line, someone pure of intent, could truly contain it. Ilara felt a swirl of emotions, fear, pride, confusion, responsibility heavy as stone. She flipped further through the journal until her fingers halted on a final entry. Its ink was darker, written with urgency. There is a name I dare not write, a man once dear to me who has turned from wisdom. Should he seek the device, his grief may unmake more than he understands. If he cannot be reasoned with, then he must be bound. Ilara's breath chilled. Corbin whispered, He foresaw him. The thief was known to Lorien. Turning the page, she found a drawing, a symbol woven in angular strokes, forming a sigil she did not recognize. Beneath it, a single line. If he is bound, watch the anchor. It will reveal what he cannot speak. Ilara held Corbin's gaze. We must return to the anchor. They hurried back into the ruined hall. Dust still hung in the air. The golden sphere pulsed gently, stable now. Ilara approached until she stood within reaching distance, and then, inside the glow, the silhouette moved. Not wildly, not violently, but slowly, deliberately. A single gesture formed. A hand pressed against the inside of the barrier. Ilara's breath froze. Corbin's wand snapped upward instinctively, but the silhouette did not attack. Instead, its indistinct head tilted as though looking directly at her. Then, faint as a whisper carried from another world, Ilara heard it, not through her ears, but through the anchor itself. Find her. Corbin stiffened. What did you hear? Ilara swallowed. Not a threat, a plea. She stepped back as the anchor dimmed, returning to its steady pulse. Her voice trembled, but her resolve sharpened. Corbin. He wasn't trying to rewrite the past out of hatred. She lifted her gaze. He was searching for someone who vanished. Someone he believed the ministry failed to save. Corbin nodded slowly. And now that he is bound, he can reveal only hints. The rest, we must uncover. Alara drew a deep breath. Then our journey is not finished. Her eyes drifted back to the anchor. Find her. Who was she? And why had her disappearance driven a wizard to unravel the seams of time itself? Whatever the answer, it lay ahead, and the path was already unfolding beneath Alara Finch's feet. The golden anchor pulsed softly in the dim air, casting shimmering reflections across the fractured stones of the Hall of Lost Echoes. For a long time, neither Alara nor Corbin moved. The chamber felt hushed, as if even the lingering echoes dared not stir. All watched silently. The ancient walls, the drifting motes of memory, and the silhouette trapped within the glowing sphere. Find her. The whispered plea still trembled along Alara's senses, like the fading ring of a struck bell. She clasped her hands tightly to still their trembling. The thief, no longer quite enemy, not yet redeemed, had spoken through the anchor with deliberate intention. "Who does he want us to find?" she murmured. Corbin exhaled slowly, as though weighing every possible answer and finding none yet fit. "Someone he lost long ago," he said. "Someone whose memory anchors his grief so deeply that it became a wound upon time itself." Alara's gaze lingered on the shimmering sphere. She must be important. Important enough to push him into madness, or something near it. "Love," Corbin said quietly, "often edges closer to madness than we wish to admit." Alara thought of the echo she had glimpsed earlier, the fleeting image of a woman reaching toward a child, the thief's silent scream as she vanished into dark memory. That grief had carved itself into him so deeply that it had become a path he could no longer stray from. Corbin gestured toward the revealed corridor. His plea was not random. Lorien Finch left his journal there, guarded by wards tied to your blood. That chamber was a safeguard, and perhaps a guide. Alara nodded. Then somewhere in that journal lies our next step. They returned to the narrow stone chamber and resumed reading. Alara flipped carefully through brittle pages until she found a section titled "Anchored Lives and Living Loss." Her pulse quickened. Lorien's handwriting flowed across the page like a calm but urgent river. Some memories hold so much weight that time itself bends to their absence. When such a life disappears unjustly, the fabric of remembrance becomes strained. Unanchored grief lashes out, seeking stability. If the life was bound to prophecy, the distortion becomes inevitable. Corbin touched the page thoughtfully. "Prophecy," he murmured. Now the thread thickens. Alara frowned. "Do you think the woman was involved in a prophecy?" "A prophecy touches more than destiny," Corbin replied. "It touches the foundations of magic. If this woman vanished under prophetic circumstances, the thief's grief may have become entwined with something far larger." Alara turned another page and gasped softly. A name appeared, not written fully, but part of a sentence, truncated by an ink blot. "She warned me, the seer known as Mara." The rest was smeared beyond recognition. "Mara?" Alara repeated. "Do you know anyone by that name?" Corbin's brows furrowed. There have been many seers in ministry records, but Mara... Mara... His eyes widened suddenly. Mara Thornwell. Who was she? A seer of remarkable talent, though her predictions were volatile. Her visions often blurred between future and memory. She vanished decades ago under mysterious circumstances. Some believe she lost herself in a prophetic trance. Others suspect foul play. Alara's breath caught. Then she may be the woman the thief wants us to find. Corbin nodded grimly. If she was connected to him, and if her disappearance involved prophecy, her absence could have fractured more than personal grief. It could have destabilized anchored time. Alara closed the journal gently. Then our task is clear. We must find Mara Thornwell and learn what truly happened to her. Corbin sighed, rubbing his temple. Finding a lost seer is no simple feat. She may not even exist within our present timeline if prophecy consumed her. Alara stepped toward the glowing anchor. He can show us something. A starting point, at least. She approached cautiously, feeling the warm pulse of her memory woven through its core. The silhouette within shifted slightly, as if aware of her closeness. "Show us," she whispered. "Help us understand." The golden sphere brightened. Corbin raised his wand defensively, yet Alara sensed no threat, only intent. Light unfurled from the anchor like a blooming flower, projecting faint images into the air. Shadows resolved into shapes. Rooms, corridors, faces glimpsed for mere seconds before dissolving into mist. A final image solidified. A small, round room with tall, curtain-covered windows, a desk cluttered with parchment, candles, a tapestry depicting a crescent moon over a forest. Alara narrowed her eyes. "This looks like the divination wing," Corbin finished softly. "The old one, before the ministry rebuilt it." The projection flickered again, sharpening onto a single object, a silver pendant shaped like a teardrop, with a swirling mote of starlight trapped inside. Alara felt a jolt of recognition, though she could not explain why. "He wants us to find that pendant." Corbin nodded. "If it belonged to Mara Thornwell, it may hold the key to her prophetic disappearance. Objects tied to a seer's visions often retain residual memory." As the anchor dimmed back into stillness, Alara exhaled slowly. "Then we search the old divination wing." Corbin extended his hand to steady her. "Come. It lies beyond the East Archives, abandoned for years, but accessible if one knows the way." They left the ruined hall and ascended through twisting corridors once sealed by ward and dust. The air grew warmer, laced with the faint scent of incense long extinguished. At last, they reached a tall, narrow archway draped in faded violet cloth. "This is it," Corbin murmured. Alara stepped inside. The air shimmered faintly, as though layered with invisible visions. Rows of ancient desks sat beneath a domed ceiling painted with constellations. Shelves lined the walls, filled with cloudy crystal orbs that seemed to watch as she and Corbin entered. Something stirred in the far corner, a soft, rhythmic tapping. Alara raised her wand. "Did you hear that?" Corbin nodded, leading her toward the sound. They found a small writing table, its surface cluttered with old quills and a cracked ink pot. Upon it lay a single parchment covered in elegant handwriting that glowed faintly as they approached. A message. Corbin read aloud. "If you seek me, follow the echo of what was foreseen. The path lies where prophecy meets memory, and time bows only once to truth." Beneath the message, something gleamed. A silver teardrop pendant. Alara reached for it, but the moment her fingers brushed its surface, the room convulsed. The crystal orbs rattled violently. The constellations painted on the domed ceiling flared to life, spinning like a starstorm. The pendant pulsed white-hot, and then the vision struck. Alara staggered as a torrent of images flooded her mind. Mara Thornwell standing in candlelight, whispering warnings. The thief beside her, younger, eyes filled not with fury but hope. A shadowed figure reaching for them, a rift opening like a wound of light. "Alara!" Corbin's voice sounded distant, distorted by the swirling vision. Her knees buckled, and before she could breathe, she felt herself falling. through prophecy, through memory, into Mara Thornwell's final vision. Alara plunged through darkness that shimmered like ink stirred by unseen tides. She felt no ground beneath her feet, no breath in her lungs, only a rushing pull, as though the world itself were drawing her through a narrow wound in time. Colors flared across her vision, gold, silver, violet, leaping and dissolving like sparks in a storm. Then the darkness settled into form. Alara found herself standing in a circular chamber, lit by tall windows veiled in translucent drapery. Moonlight streamed across polished stone, casting long ribbons of pale radiance. Candles flickered atop a cluttered desk. Soft incense scented the air with the fragrance of star anise and lavender. This was the divination wing, yet not the abandoned place she and Corbin had entered. Here, everything felt whole, untouched, alive. A shadow moved across the room. Alara spun, wand raised instinctively. A woman stood near the far window, gazing out with a distant, sorrowful calm. Her hair, silver gold and braided with slender threads of starlight, flowed down her back. Her robes shimmered with hues that shifted like twilight, and around her neck hung a teardrop pendant, the same pendant Alara had touched only moments ago. Mara Thornwell, Alara breathed. The seer turned slowly. Her eyes were luminous, pools of strange depth that seemed to hold both past and future in their reflection. "So you are the one," she whispered, her voice soft as wind through falling leaves. "The one bound by oath and memory." Alara stepped forward cautiously. "Are you truly here? Or is this a vision?" "A memory," Mara replied. "A fragment I left behind, a piece of myself anchored through the pendant. I foresaw that someone of Finch's line would find it when the hour grew dark." Alara swallowed. "Then you know why I've come." Mara nodded. "To find me and to understand him." The room dimmed and the reflections in Mara's eyes darkened like the onset of thunderclouds. She moved her hand in a gentle arc. At her gesture, the shadows gathered and wove themselves into the shape of a man, tall, cloaked, with hair dark as the midnight forest. The thief, yet not twisted by obsession and fury as Alara had seen him. This version stood straight, his face visible, young, weary, but warm. His expression held tenderness as he looked at Mara, like one beholding the other half of his heart. Alara felt her breath catch. "You loved him," she whispered. Mara's gaze softened. "He was my companion in many paths, wise beyond measure, brave, but the burden he carried grew too heavy. He believed he could alter fate to spare those he loved." The memory shifted. Mara sat at her desk, quill flying across parchment. The man paced beside her, his hands clenched. "Time is not a river," Mara's memory voice said gently. "It is a tapestry. To tug one thread is to tear another." "He was warned," Mara's echo said. "He knew prophecy's danger." The man slammed his palm against the table. "I will not stand idle while fate steals what it has no right to take." Mara laid a hand over his. "Some losses are woven into destiny, my heart. To fight them is to unmake the world." Alara's throat tightened. "You tried to stop him," she murmured. "Yes." Mara bowed her head. "But love blinds even the sharpest sight. When the ministry sought to bind and silence my prophecies, he feared they meant to harm me. He sought Lorien Finch, believing the device could shield us from destiny." The memory trembled. A faint sound echoed, something like a rising wind. Mara drew a deep breath. And then, the prophecy came. The room dissolved again, replaced by swirling mists. Alara felt cold brush her skin. Mara stood beside her now, both spirits in a moving vision. In the haze, Mara Thornwell lifted her hands toward the air. White fire gathered at her palms. "I see," she whispered, her voice breaking. "A fracture in time, a life stolen, a world undone." The man seized her shoulders. "Speak it. Tell me what you see." Tears traced Mara's cheeks. "If you open the door Lorien sealed, then a darkness that has no name will awaken. It will feed upon your grief. It will swallow you." He shook his head fiercely. "Then I will tear open fate itself. I will not lose you." But the prophecy swelled, overwhelming them both. Mara's voice became 2 voices, 3, dozens, a chorus echoing across time. "If the device awakens, only the blood-bound descendant can weave the last anchor. Only she can bind what grief has broken. Only she may uncover the one who is truly lost." Alara felt the words sear through her chest like molten silver. She whispered. "Who is she?" The mists twisted violently. The chamber convulsed as though struck by a thunderclap. Mara staggered, reaching for the pendant. "Alara Finch," she said urgently. "The one you seek is not me." The vision warped, trembling at its edges like tearing cloth. "You must..." A violent pull yanked Alara backward, ripping her out of the memory. Mara's outstretched hand dissolved like starlight scattered by wind. "Alara! Alara, wake!" Corbin's voice rushed toward her as the world snapped back into view. Alara gasped, collapsing to her knees. The divination wing, abandoned and darkened once more, surrounded her like a grave of forgotten prophecy. Corbin knelt beside her, his face pale with worry. "What happened? You vanished. You went still as stone." Alara clutched the pendant, its silver surface now cold. "I saw her, Corbin, Mara Thornwell. She showed me everything." Corbin steadied her arm. "Tell me." Alara swallowed hard, the vision still burning behind her eyes. She wasn't the one who vanished. She wasn't the one the thief sought to restore. She warned him, tried to stop him, but the prophecy showed her something else. Someone else. Someone who was truly lost. Corbin's brows knit. "Who?" Alara shook her head slowly. Mara didn't say. The vision collapsed before she could finish. She lifted the pendant. Its teardrop crystal shimmered faintly, as though some final echo lingered inside. "But she told me one thing clearly," Alara whispered. Corbin leaned closer. "What did she say?" "That the one the thief seeks, the one whose disappearance shattered everything," Alara braced herself, "is connected to me." Corbin froze, and before he could speak, a violent tremor rolled through the floor, far fainter than the anchor collapse but unmistakable. The golden anchor's distant pulse pierced the air like a warning bell. "Alara," Corbin said darkly, "something has changed." Another tremor followed, sharper, more urgent. Alara rose, grip tightening on the pendant. "We need to return to the Hall of Echoes," she said. "Now." But as they hurried back through the winding corridors, Alara felt something unsettling. An echo in her mind, faint but persistent. Not Mara's voice, not Corbin's, but the thief's. "Find her." And beneath it, softer still, "You already know where to look." The corridors seemed narrower than before, the air denser, as if the ministry itself held its breath. Alara and Corbin hurried through the dim passageways, their footsteps echoing like hurried whispers against stone. Though the tremors had quieted, a tension clung to the walls, humming faintly beneath every rune, every torch, every archway. The ministry felt watchful now, its ancient foundations stirred by forces not fully understood. Alara held the pendant tightly. Even in stillness, it seemed to pulse with soft, rhythmic warmth, as though responding to some unseen heartbeat. Find her. The plea echoed through her mind with increasing insistence. Corbin glanced at her as they approached the descent into the Hall of Lost Echoes. "Elara," he said quietly, "you must be prepared. The anchor may have shifted again. If the figure's presence is growing stronger within it." She nodded. "I know, but we need answers. Mara showed me enough to know we are missing a vital thread." They descended carefully, the dust spiraling around them like drifting memories. When they entered the hall, Elara felt a sudden, sharp pang, like a whisper of emotion threaded into the air. She froze. The anchor was no longer hovering above the dais. It now hung lower, closer to the cracked stone floor, pulsing rapidly. Each flare of light cast elongated shadows that trembled like restless spirits. Within its glow, the trapped silhouette moved, not wildly, not violently, but purposefully, pacing as though trying to trace the shape of its confines. Corbin inhaled sharply. The anchor is adapting. Elara stepped closer. Because he's trying to show us more. The silhouette halted. A ripple spread across the sphere's surface, as if responding to her words. Then the figure lifted its indistinct head, and the light brightened, shaping a new form at its center. A second silhouette. Smaller. Elara gasped. A child, no older than 6 or 7, appeared beside the man's shifting shape. The child's outline flickered with uncertainty, as though struggling to hold its place in memory. The man's silhouette knelt beside it, reaching out with trembling hands that could not touch. Corbin stiffened. A child. Elara's throat tightened painfully. His child. The anchor glowed with deeper intensity, as if affirming her words. Corbin's voice took on a grim weight. If the child was lost, if the ministry believed her death inevitable, and he believed otherwise, it would explain everything. Why he pursued the device, why he sought Mara, why he tried to tear time open. He wasn't trying to resurrect the woman I saw, Elara whispered. He was trying to find his lost child. The silhouette of the child stepped forward, reaching toward Elara as though she were a distant lantern in the dark. In that moment, Elara felt something shift inside her, a stirring emotion she could not name, a thread brushing against her own memories. "This is why he said she was connected to me," she murmured. "But how? I don't understand." The pendant warmed suddenly, its starlight swirling faster. "Elara," Corbin said carefully, "when Mara spoke to you in the vision, she said the one who was truly lost was connected to your bloodline. If this child vanished long ago, it is possible her fate intertwined with your family's history in ways even Lorien did not record." Elara hugged her arms against herself. A lost finch? Someone erased from time? "It happens," Corbin replied, grave and quiet. "When prophecy touches a life too early, too deeply, sometimes that life slips between the threads, lost to both memory and history. And he thought the device could bring her back," Elara whispered. "Yes. Grief drove him, but love guided him. It twisted into obsession only because he refused to accept destiny's silence." The silhouette of the child flickered, growing fainter. The man's silhouette turned sharply, as if panicked, as if urging Elara to act. She stepped closer. "Show me more. Please." The anchor pulsed violently. A burst of light exploded outward, gentle but powerful, bathing the hall in a cascade of shimmering gold. Corbin shielded his eyes, but Elara stood firm as visions blossomed around her like petals cast into wind. First, a forest at twilight, thick with mist, a child running, laughing, chasing fireflies that glimmered like stars dropped into dew. Second, the same forest, but darker, The fireflies gone, the air heavy, the child calling out, frightened. Third, a shadowed figure appeared, faceless, neither man nor beast, gliding through the trees. The child froze, backing away. Fourth, a hand reached toward her, a woman's hand, from a rent of swirling light, as though time itself had cracked open. The child reached back, and then the vision shattered. Alara staggered, gasping as the anchor dimmed once more. Corbin rushed to steady her. "What did you see?" Alara pressed a hand to her heart. A forest. Something took her, or someone tried to save her. A rift opened. She disappeared into it, like being swallowed by a broken moment in time. Corbin's eyes widened. A temporal fracture. Alara nodded. "Yes. Those are nearly impossible," Corbin muttered. "Extremely rare and always dangerous. The child wasn't murdered or kidnapped in the traditional sense. She was lost between moments. Prophecy may have pulled her out of time itself." Alara shook her head. "But why would prophecy take a child?" "For the same reason prophecy takes anything," Corbin said. "Because her existence was tied to a future too fragile, or too powerful, to be allowed to unfold freely." Alara felt a chill creep down her spine. "If the ministry knew," she whispered, "they might have concealed what happened." Corbin nodded grimly. "And the father, our thief, would have seen only silence where he needed truth. The kind of silence that breeds desperation." Alara turned back to the anchor. The child's silhouette had faded entirely. The man's silhouette remained, bowed under unseen weight. A new whisper brushed Alara's mind, so faint she almost missed it. "She lives between paths." Alara inhaled sharply. "Corbin," he spoke again. He said, "She lives." Corbin's eyes widened. "Alive? Lost but alive?" "Between paths," Alara said, repeating the whisper. "Between time, between memory." She lifted the pendant. Its glow intensified, swirling with starlight that now swirled in patterns she recognized, echoes of the vision Mara had shown her. "Corbin," Alara said softly. "I know where to look next." He stepped closer. "Where?" Alara pointed to the runes etched into the pendant, crescent shapes intertwined with spirals. "These symbols belong to a place Lorien documented in his earliest research," she said. "A place he called the Crossroads of Echoes." Corbin blanched. "Alara. The Crossroads is not merely forbidden. It is unstable, untouched since the ministry's founding. No witch or wizard has set foot there for generations." "Then it is exactly where she would be," Alara whispered. "A place between memory and time." The anchor pulsed once more, slow, steady, like a heartbeat in the dark. The choice lay before them. Alara closed her fingers around the pendant. "Corbin," she said, "we go to the crossroads." He hesitated only a breath. Then he nodded. "For the child," he said. "For the truth," she answered. And together, they turned toward the forbidden path the ministry had long forgotten, toward the place where echoes wandered and time no longer obeyed. The path to the crossroads of echoes began not with a grand archway or a fearsome gate, but with a quiet door, small, plain, and unremarkable, tucked behind a sagging tapestry in one of the ministry's oldest corridors. The tapestry itself depicted a moonlit glade where robed figures traced runes in the air. Most passed it without a second glance, unaware that its woven threads concealed the entrance to a place no witch or wizard had dared approach in more than a century. Corbin brushed the tapestry aside. "Beyond this door lies territory the ministry abandoned. Its dangers were deemed unpredictable, even for unspeakables." Alara felt the pendant's warmth pulse faintly against her palm. but it's where the child was taken. She didn't disappear through violence. She slipped into a place between moments, a place like the crossroads. Corbin nodded, though a shadow of worry crossed his features. Remember this: once inside, time may not flow in a single direction. Memories may appear as landscapes, and echoes may try to anchor themselves to you. "I'll be ready," Alara said. Corbin placed his wand against a rusted keyhole inscribed with faint spirals. "Then let us hope Lorien Finch's bloodline was meant to walk here." The door clicked open. A wave of cool, shimmering air swept over them, carrying with it a faint chorus. Whispers layered atop whispers, like 1,000 distant voices speaking at once yet forming no clear words. Alara stepped through, Corbin close behind. The crossroads opened before them. It was neither corridor nor chamber, but a vast expanse of shifting pathways suspended in swirling twilight. Roads of pale stone branched out in every direction, some rising like twisting stairways, others descending into fog-laden depths. Between them hung veils of translucent mist, each veil flickering with fragmented visions, faces, forests, shadows of moments that had once been real. The air tasted like memory, bittersweet, familiar, and strange all at once. Corbin inhaled sharply. By the Founders, I never believed this place truly survived the collapse. Alara stepped onto the nearest stone pathway. The path hummed beneath her feet, reacting faintly to her presence. The pendant around her neck glowed in response, forming a slender thread of silver light that stretched forward, pointing into the labyrinth. "It's guiding us," she whispered. "Then follow carefully," Corbin warned. "This place reads intention. Should yours falter, the path may shift." They walked, each step stirring faint ripples through the mists below. Alara kept her gaze fixed on the silver thread, though the visions weaving through the fog tempted her eyes. A memory flashed beside her. A young boy learning his first wand movements at Hogwarts, joy glowing in his face. Another appeared, a tearful farewell between old friends at King's Cross Station. And then a darker scene, a forest aflame, silhouettes fleeing in terror. "Do not look too long," Corbin said quietly. "These echoes are born from countless minds. They do not belong to you." But one vision did pull at her, so strongly she nearly halted. A glimpse of a little girl with dark curls, laughing as she chased silver-winged moths beneath a crescent moon, the same child she had seen in the anchor's memory. Alara steadied herself. "She is here. Somewhere." The path bent sharply, narrowing as it descended toward an archway of twisted branches. As they passed beneath it, the air shimmered and folded, and the world shifted. Now they stood in a forest, but not a true forest. No leaves rustled, no scent of moss hung in the air. This was a place formed from the bones of memory, trees carved from echoing light, shadows moving without wind, ground that did not quite meet their footsteps. Alara's heart beat faster. This is where she was taken. I saw this place in the vision, just before the rift opened. Corbin examined the pale trees. The crossroads reshapes itself from the strongest memories it holds. This forest must be tied to the child's last moments in the mortal world. Alara's voice softened. "Then we're close." The silver thread of light stretched deeper between the trees. They followed it until the path widened into a small clearing, its center illuminated by a soft pool of starlight. In that starlight stood a figure, small, fragile, familiar. The child. She faced away from them, gazing upward as though searching the sky for a star that had wandered too far. Her outline flickered, struggling to solidify, as if caught between being and not being. Ilara stepped forward gently. "Hello?" The child turned. Her eyes were wide, gray as morning mist, and filled with wonder that flickered with uncertainty. Her form blurred, sharpened, blurred again. Corbin whispered, "She is anchored to no single moment, a soul adrift." The girl took a hesitant step toward Ilara. "Are you real?" "Yes," Ilara said softly, kneeling to meet her gaze. "I came to find you." The child stared at Ilara's face with strange intensity, as though searching for something half-remembered. "You look like her. The woman who tried to take my hand. She said the forest was dangerous." Ilara swallowed. Mara Thornwell's silhouette had reached for the child during the vision, reaching through a fracture in time. "What is your name?" Ilara asked. The girl's voice trembled. I don't know." Corbin's eyes softened. Her name was severed when she slipped into the crossroads. Without it, she cannot return. Ilara reached for the pendant. But Lorian Finch's journal said the safeguard lay with his descendant. If she and I are connected, then perhaps I can restore what was taken. The child's eyes brightened faintly at Ilara's touch. "You feel familiar." Ilara smiled gently. "And you feel like someone I was meant to find." As Ilara held the pendant over the child's heart, the star-lit crystal glowed brighter. Light spilled over the clearing, weaving around the girl like a warm cloak. Then, like a bell struck through the fabric of time, a voice spoke inside Ilara's mind. "Her name?" Ilara gasped. It was the father's voice, the thief, bound within the anchor, reaching across the crossroads. "Arya." The name resonated like a chord long muted. The child inhaled sharply, her outline sharpened, her form steadied. Tears welled in her eyes. "My name is Arya." The clearing blazed with white gold light. Corbin shielded his face. "Ilara, something's happening." The pendant pulsed. The crossroads trembled, and a swirling aperture opened behind Arya, a doorway of spiraling silver magic, warm and bright as dawn. A way home. Arya reached toward Ilara with trembling hands. "Please, don't let go." Ilara took her hands firmly. "I won't." But the moment she touched the child, the forest shook violently. The crossroads rippled as though reality wavered beneath an immense strain. Corbin shouted, "Ilara, the anchor! His connection to her is destabilizing. If you take her out, the bond may tear him apart." Ilara's heart thundered painfully. She looked at Arya, fearful, hopeful, fragile as a new star. Then she looked at the doorway, shining with promise. And she realized, to save Arya, she might have to sacrifice the man bound within her anchor, the man whose grief had nearly broken the world. "Ilara, think," Corbin yelled. "You cannot save them both unless—" He faltered. "Unless what?" "Unless she found a way to anchor them both." "Ilara," Arya whispered, tears shimmering. "Please." Ilara tightened her grip on the pendant. "There must be a way," she whispered fiercely. "There has to be." But the forest trembled again. The doorway flickered. Time was unraveling, and Ilara Finch had only moments left to decide the fate of two lives. One lost child reborn, and one grieving father bound in memory's golden cage. The crossroads quaked beneath Ilara's feet, the trembling earth groaning like a great creature roused from sleep. The air thickened with shimmering strands of half-born visions, each flickering violently as if torn between vanishing and becoming. The silver doorway behind Arya flickered like a candle in a storm, threatening to collapse at any moment. The girl clung to Alara's hand with desperate strength. "Please, don't leave me here." Alara gripped her tighter. "I won't. I promise." Corbin fought to steady himself as the forest of memories warped and twisted around them. "Alara, we must act quickly. The crossroads is destabilizing. Arya's awakening name is pulling her out of temporal suspension, but the father's spirit is still bound to your anchor. The forces are in conflict." Ilara's heart pounded like a drum. "If I take Arya through that doorway, what happens to him?" Corbin's expression tightened. "He will be torn from the anchor, lost between echoes. He may not survive." Alara swallowed hard. The man had nearly torn the ministry apart in his desperation. Yet his grief had been born of love, not malice. He had fought fate because fate had taken his child. "He doesn't deserve to be destroyed," Ilara whispered. Arya's fingers dug into her sleeve. "He was looking for me. I think I remember. Warm arms, a deep voice, someone calling my name." Her newly restored name glimmered faintly in the air. Arya, as though the crossroads itself now acknowledged her. Corbin stepped closer, urgency sharpening his voice. "Alara, listen. The bond between you and the anchor is tied to your oath, the memory that shaped your path. The Father's presence clings to that memory, but it is unstable. To free him safely, you must create a new anchor, one strong enough to hold both his fractured spirit and Arya's emerging presence." "A new anchor?" Alara repeated. "With what? My magic alone isn't enough." "No," Corbin said, "but Arya's name is a powerful key. A name restored is a thread strong enough to bind the broken. If she speaks it with intent, if you unite her memory with your oath, you might forge a connection stable enough for all three of you." Alara stared at the trembling child. "Arya, can you anchor yourself? Can you hold on to your name?" Arya nodded, though her small body shook. "I'll try. I don't want him to disappear. I don't want to lose him again." The forest shuddered. The trees' luminous outlines flickered into sharp angles, their branches twisting like reaching fingers. Corbin motioned urgently to the pendant. "Ilara, raise the pendant. Let it act as the focus." Ilara lifted the teardrop to the air. It blazed with silver light, brighter than any moment since the vision began. Arya stepped closer, placing her tiny hand atop Alara's. "Say your name," Alara whispered. "Anchor yourself to it." Arya inhaled, a trembling, fragile breath. "My name is Arya." The silver light burst outward, enveloping the clearing in a cascade of starfire. The trembling ground steadied. The warped illusions cracked and fell away like brittle shells. The doorway behind her brightened, steady, welcoming, a path home. But it wasn't enough. The crossroads still groaned, the threads of time pulling out of alignment. "Alara!" Corbin shouted over the rising storm. "Join your memory with hers. Bind them with intent." Alara tightened her grip on Arya's hand. "My oath," she whispered. "My vow to protect. My promise to stand between the innocent and the darkness." She closed her eyes, summoning the oath that had shaped her path. "I will guard those who cannot guard themselves. I will meet the shadow with light. I will uphold truth, even when it breaks me." A warm glow rose from her chest, golden and steady. It intertwined with Arya's silver light, weaving together like dawn merging with moonrise. The forest brightened, the crossroads steadied. Corbin exhaled, hope flickering across his face. "It's working." And then, a third light appeared. Gold and silver parted as a shadowed form pushed forward. The father, his silhouette still indistinct, reached through the shimmering glow. For the first time, Alara sensed not fury, not desperation, but fear. Fear of losing his daughter, fear of losing himself, fear of surrendering everything he had fought for. Alara! The whisper reached her, a raw, trembling echo carried by the anchor itself. Do not let her go alone. Alara extended her free hand toward him, though he was only an outline of light and memory. Come with us. Let the new anchor hold you. Let Arya call you back. Arya swallowed, her voice thin but steady. Papa! The silhouette froze. Corbin gasped. She remembers him. Arya's voice grew stronger. Papa, please. The father reached forward again, the faintest flicker of human form sharpening within the silhouette. He strained against the anchor's confines, pulled by Arya's voice and Alara's stabilizing magic. The pendant flashed. The ground cracked. A vortex of swirling time erupted behind them, a whirlpool of shattered pathways collapsing in on themselves. Ilara! Now! Corbin shouted. Complete the anchor! Ilara shouted the incantation Mara had shown her in the vision, a word spoken only once, meant to bind what had been broken. Nexum Eternum. Golden silver brilliance exploded, engulfing father and daughter. The vortex howled, then snapped shut. The entire forest shifted, no longer fracturing, but bending toward a single point of harmony. The crossroads calmed. Alara staggered forward, breath coming in harsh gasps. Arya stood before her, whole and luminous, though still small and trembling. She clutched Alara's sleeve with both hands. Behind her, a figure lay upon the ground, real, tangible. The father, unconscious but breathing, shallow, steady breaths that proved his life had not been extinguished. Arya fell to her knees beside him. Papa! Corbin knelt too, checking the man's pulse. He lives. The new anchor held. Alara, you did it. Alara felt the weight ease from her chest, replaced by exhaustion tinged with awe. She looked at the doorway. Then we go home, she whispered. But as she moved to lift Arya and steady the man's form, the crossroads trembled again, softer this time, like a sigh. A final whisper brushed Alara's mind. The path is not yet finished. She turned sharply, scanning the shifting forest of memory. Nothing moved. But something felt wrong. Corbin's eyes darkened as he looked toward the shimmering doorway. Ilara, he said softly. Someone waits for us on the other side. Her breath stilled, for the doorway had begun to glow, not silver now, but deep crimson, like warning fire blooming in dawn shadow. And they stepped forward, toward the end of the story that had not yet revealed its final conflict. The crimson glow deepened as Alara, Corbin, and the fragile, trembling forms of Arya and her father approached the doorway. It pulsed like a living heartbeat, slow, heavy, and ominous. The crossroads around them shifted uneasily, as if aware of a presence drawing near, one that did not belong to memory or prophecy, but to something darker, older, and wholly real. Arya clung to Alara's arm. Her small voice quivered. Something is waiting for us there. Corbin tightened his grip on his wand. A guardian, perhaps, or worse, someone who sensed the collapse of the crossroads. Arya's father stirred weakly. His eyes, still clouded with exhaustion, opened a fraction. The ministry, they will not let us pass. They feared Mara's prophecies. They feared the truth. He grimaced. They feared Arya. Alara knelt beside him. You are safe now, both of you. Whatever awaits us on the other side, we will face it together. He shook his head faintly. You do not understand. The one who orchestrated Mara's disappearance was not a faceless shadow. It was someone with power, someone inside the ministry. Alara felt a chill crawl beneath her skin, Who? But before he could speak, the crimson doorway flared violently. Wind tore through the clearing, shredding the last remnants of mist. The ground beneath their feet lurched, and a shudder rippled through the crossroads as though it were being pulled apart. "Elara, step through," Corbin shouted. "We cannot remain here." "The crossroads won't hold." Elara lifted Arya into her arms, steadied the father with her free hand, and together with Corbin, they stepped into the crimson light. For a heartbeat, there was only blinding glare. Then the world snapped back. They stood in a vast stone chamber, the ministry's old antechamber of prophecy, sealed decades earlier after an internal disaster no official record ever explained. Tall pillars encircled the room, each inscribed with symbols of time, destiny, and memory. In the center stood a raised dais, cold marble gleaming beneath flickering torches. But they were not alone. A figure waited at the edge of the dais, tall, cloaked in formal robes of the ministry. A hood concealed most of the face, but the set of the shoulders, the controlled stance, the polished black boots, Elara recognized them immediately. Director Marlo Thane of the Department of Mysteries. Alara's breath froze. Corbin's wand arm tensed. "Marlo," Corbin said in a dangerous whisper. "You were the traitor behind this." The hood tilted slightly. "A traitor? No, Corbin. A guardian of order, a keeper of truth. The ministry could not allow the prophecy surrounding the child to unfold. It threatened the stability of our world." Elara stepped forward, shielding Arya behind her. "You forced Mara to disappear." "I contained her," Marlo corrected calmly. "Her visions grew too wild, too unpredictable. And when I learned the child, Arya, was the center of those prophecies, I sought to prevent catastrophe." Elara felt heat rise behind her sternum. By allowing her to slip into a temporal fracture, by dooming a family, by driving her father to desperation. Marlo lifted a hand in cool dismissal. A regrettable outcome, but necessary. The ministry must protect the wizarding world, no matter the cost. Corbin's voice cut like a blade. "You speak of protection, yet your actions unleashed more chaos than any prophecy ever could." Marlo's cloak rippled as he stepped closer. "Chaos can be contained, but prophecy rewrites nations. When Mara foresaw the child's fate, the ministry chose caution. It was not personal." Arya pressed closer to Elara, trembling. "He was there," she whispered. "In the forest, watching." Ilara's heart twisted. "Arya saw you that night." Marlo gave no denial. "I ensured that the moment unfolded as needed." Corbin's face darkened. "You caused the fracture." Marlo nodded once. "I weakened the temporal boundaries deliberately. It was the safest way to remove the child from the path of prophecy without shedding blood." Elara stepped forward, wand raised, fury rising in her throat. "You toyed with time. You twisted fate. You abandoned a child to oblivion and called it safety." Marlo spread his hands. "And now she has been found. The damage can be undone. Hand her over, Elara Finch. The department will secure her and ensure she never again endangers the future." Arya whimpered. Elara tightened her protective stance. "No," Elara said softly. "You will not touch her." Marlo's voice turned cold. "Then you leave me no choice." Magic surged. A bolt of crimson power shot toward Elara, but she deflected it with a sweeping shield charm. Sparks scattered across the dais. Corbin countered with a stunning spell, but Marlo sidestepped gracefully, absorbing Corbin's attack into a warded gauntlet. "Elara," Corbin called. "Get Arya away from him." But the father, weak though he was, rose unsteadily. "No more running," he rasped. "No more losing her." With a cry, hoarse from agony, he launched himself toward Marlowe, wand raised with desperate strength. Marlowe flicked his wrist, freezing the man mid-air with a spell so swift Alara barely saw it cast. Arya screamed, "Papa!" The father crashed to the ground, stunned but alive. Something broke inside Alara. Her oath pulsed through her like fire. She stepped onto the dais. The pendant at her throat glowed. The golden anchor, still bound through her memory, responded, its steady pulse thrumming at the edge of reality. Marlowe narrowed his eyes. "You wield forces you do not understand." "Perhaps," Alara said, voice firm, "but I wield them for the right reasons." Gold and silver light flared around her. Arya's restored memory intertwined with her oath. The chamber brightened, shadows scattering like frightened birds. Marlowe raised both arms, preparing a spell that hummed with terrible power. Alara moved first. "Nexum veritatis!" Her incantation rang through the chamber. Light poured from the pendant, swirling around Marlowe like a tempest. The spell struck, not his body, but his mind. Marlowe staggered. His hood fell away. For the first time, Alara saw the truth in his eyes. Fear, yes, but something else too. Conviction trembling beneath doubt. His polished composure cracked like fractured glass. "What have you done?" he gasped. Alara stepped forward, the pendant shining fiercely. "Shown you the truth you refuse to see." Through the swirling light, Marlowe glimpsed it. Arya smiling, Mara pleading, the father broken, the ministry sealing doors rather than opening them. He saw every consequence of his choices. He saw the cost of the fear he called order. Marlowe fell to his knees. The magic dissipated. The chamber dimmed. Silence filled the vast room, heavy yet strangely peaceful. Corbin approached warily, wand still raised. "Alara, is it over?" Alara turned to Arya, who rushed into her arms. She then looked at Arya's father, who stirred weakly but smiled faintly at his daughter's safety. Finally, she faced Marlowe Thane, who bowed his head, defeated, not by force, but by truth. "Yes," Alara whispered. "It's over." Corbin allowed himself a breath of relief. "Then we must leave this place and let the ministry reckon with what it tried to hide." Arya took Alara's hand. "Will we be safe now?" Alara smiled gently. "Yes, I will make sure of it." Together, they stepped away from the dais. The chamber lights softened. The ancient pillars seemed to straighten, as if time itself sighed with relief. And as they walked toward the dawn rising faintly beyond the ministry's hidden halls, Alara Finch knew one truth. Some destinies are not written in prophecy. They are forged by courage, by love, and by those who choose to stand between the darkness and the innocent. And though the ministry's shadows would linger, she had become something new in their midst, a guardian not only of law, but of truth. And thus her story, and Arya's, would carry forward, not as whispers or echoes.